Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today. Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today. Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today. Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today.
everybody, and welcome to this year's Dog Agility Show. We will be starting here shortly. Currently, we are going ahead and running through and doing some practice rounds, letting the dogs get used to the pattern for this year. And then we will be having the judge start timing them. They'll be going through any faults, so anything where they aren't hitting the colored parts on our teeter-totter and our bridge, or if they happen to knock over one of the jumps or something like that. There are some different ways that would be a fault. That is an added 5 seconds to their time. We go by the shortest time. The fastest time through our course is our champion. We do have a reserve champion, and then so we have a small dog category, a medium dog category, and a large dog category, as well as an open. The open is just kind of a little bit more for fun, and a little bit more relaxed, but we all are here just to have some fun anyway. So, all right, thank you for joining us this year. That was Callie and her dog Chief, starting us off with the small dogs. For our agility pattern today, the kids will be going over the first jump, over our bridge, then sitting for 10 seconds over at the stop, going through the weave poles, through the tunnel, back over to the tunnel jump, over the teeter-totter, and then finishing with the final jump. Next up, we have Cooper and his dog, Stella. Next in our small dog will be Mia with her dog Harley. Next in our small dog category is Charlie with her dog Casey. That was Ozzy with her handler Nora. Next up, we will have Braden with his dog Luna, starting us off in the medium dog category. Next up will be Fiona with her dog Shadow. Next up is Annie and her dog Elvis. Next to run in our medium category is Sophia and her dog Melvin. Next up is Charlie and her dog Bandit. Next is Bryce and his dog Rue. Next is Elijah and his dog Oakley. Starting us off for our large agility is going to be Emma and her dog Brinley. Next in our large dog agility will be Bethany and her dog Poppy. In the ring, we have Charlie and his dog Buster in our open agility. Finishing out our open agility is Joanna and her dog Charles.
Hello everyone, my name is Greta Siren and I'm Miss Congeniality.
Hi everyone, I'm Taylor Bartholomew and I'm this year's Washington County Fair Queen.
So all of our 4-H'ers will have an opportunity to do a second run, and we will take the best out of their times for our championships. Currently in the ring, we have Cooper with his dog Stella. That was Charlie and her dog Casey. Up next, we have Nora and her dog Ozzy. That was Fiona and her dog Shadow. Up next, we will be having Annie and her dog Elvis. Next up is Sophia and her dog Melvin. Next up is Charlie and her dog Bandit. Next for our medium dogs will be Bryce with his dog Rue. Next is Elijah and his dog Oakley. We're going to restart the problem with the timer here, so we'll restart Elijah's run. That was Emma and her dog, Brinley. That was Bethany and her dog, Poppy. Next will be Grace and her dog, Maggie. Next will be our open agility with Courtney and her dog, Muggles. That was Blaine and his dog Blue. Next will be Charlie and his dog Buster. Running right now is Joanna and her dog Charles. We had a timer malfunction, so we are going to go ahead and restart the run.
guys. So how many of you like watching the dog show and the doggies run through the agility course? So before I let parents and other doggies run through, if you want to run through with one of your doggies, you're more than welcome to. But first, I want to acknowledge a couple of my girls because they came and helped. So all schools have what they call silver cord hours, and they can go choose and help and volunteer in so many different places. But these two chose to come and hang out with Dog Project. So Reese is a big sister to one of our kids, and Maya is actually a Dog Project alumni. So give them a big round of applause for helping out. So now, if there is a doggie that is related to you over there and you want to run through the course with them for a few minutes, you are more than welcome to. Just be courteous, make sure everybody has space so no one gets bit or injured. Thank you. So that will be the end of that for now. Once Oakley goes through, one more. That's it, one more. Hers that are sitting over there on the outside of the gate, please line up in the order that you came through the ring. I'm gonna have them get back. All right, once you guys are lined up, I'm gonna have you come back in the ring. So Cooper, will you, my friend, come in between over here? Come on in. Before I hand this microphone over to Jessica to announce our winners, I will ask that when we are done getting our ribbons and trophies, reserve and champion, as always, meet me at the board. The other thing that I ask of parents and helpers around is all of this stuff right here, we will need to get out of the show ring because about 2:30 there's going to be goats coming in. Even though the goats might like playing on here, we gotta clean it up. So there is a trailer right behind the stands if you guys will be so kind to help us put it on there. We greatly appreciate all of our parents that have spent the last many Wednesday nights with us.
Okay, so starting off for our small dog novice agility, we are going to start things off. Receiving a blue with a time of 1 minute and 50 seconds is going to be Callie and her dog Chief, which I don't think she's here right now, so that's going to be set aside for her. Okay, next will be with receiving a purple with a time of 1 minute and 1 second and 1 minute and 1 second is going to be Cooper and Stella. Receiving our reserve in a purple, well, the reserve champion is going to be Nora and Ozzy with a time of 58 seconds, 0.78. And our grand champion will be Charlie and Casey with a time of 44.25 seconds. And Mia, since you weren't able to run a second time around, we will be able to have you some special toys and everything for you and Harley. All right, moving on to our medium agility. We are going to start with the blue. And our medium agility was a little bit more competitive, as you guys were watching. They were a little bit more evenly matched, so our times were within less than a 20-second time span between everybody. So receiving a blue will be Charlie and Bandit with a time of 47.15 seconds. Receiving a blue will be Elijah and Oakley with a time of 42.06 seconds. Receiving a blue also will be Annie and Elvis with a time of 40.13 seconds. Receiving a purple will be Fiona and Shadow with a time of 38.47 seconds. Receiving our reserve purple, I need a reserve ribbon here, will be Sophia and Melvin with a time of 36.13 seconds. And our grand champion with a time of 35.54 seconds is going to be Bryce and Rue. All right, and then moving on to our large dog category, we are going to start things off with a time of 1 minute and 19 seconds is going to be Emma and Brinley with the blue. Next, receiving our reserve is going to be Bethany and Poppy with a time of 1 minute and 8 seconds. And our grand champion is going to be Grace and Maggie with a time of 56.68 seconds. All right. And so we do have our results for our open agility as well. I do have some toys here for you guys. I'll go ahead and set them up. So come ahead and grab a toy. It'll be for the champion. We'll get the first pick out of them, and then you'll move on. And so let me grab this. I also do have some like big stuffed animal toys. If any of the grand champion ones want to pick those up, you guys are more than welcome to take some. But all right, so receiving our fastest time for our open agility is Courtney and Muggles with a time of 43.38 seconds. Our second fastest time was Charlie and Buster with a time of 47.15 seconds. Close behind is Blaine with blue at a time of 49.07 seconds. And then we have Joanna and Charles with a time of 56.75 seconds. All right, thank you guys so much for joining us for this year's fair and for our dog show and everything. Any of my champions, please go ahead and before you leave, stop over at the pictures and everything. We'll get all of those pictures. And yeah, and also the rest of you guys too, feel free to pick out some toys and some treats. We got plenty to go around, so. All right, thank you guys so much for joining us. If you have any questions or anything, feel free to ask us. We enjoyed having you around. Thank you everybody else for coming and joining us for this year's dog show and our dog agility show. It was a great time as always.
Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today. Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today. Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today. Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today.
KCTC for their generous gift to live stream all of the shows this week at the Washington County Fair. If you have loved ones at home that want to tune in to this year's goat show or any of the livestock shows going on this week, that link is listed on the show programs, so you can tune in and to this show and all the shows this week. We appreciate their generous support. Friends and family around the world get to enjoy the county fair this year. And if anyone happens to miss any of the shows this year, they can go to see all of them, all the previously recorded shows of the 2023 and previous years Washington County Exhibitor Fair Livestock shows on the KCTC YouTube channel. So again, big thank you to them for live streaming all of our livestock shows this week.
Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today. Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today. Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today.
Hello? Hello? We're just making sure the mic works. Thanks, guys. Alrighty, we are getting started. Welcome everyone to the 2023 Washington County Fair Goat Show. Our first class of the day is Junior Dairy Does, 1 to 12 months, never freshened. We had a last-minute judging change, and so our judge today is Mr. John Malone from Morning Sun, Iowa. Him and his family have been breeding and raising boar goats since 2008, but John and his family, his siblings, and his kids have been showing goats for the last 58 years straight. He was telling me earlier that this year is the last year he's going to have one of his own kids in the show ring while they wait for grandkids to grow up. And so we just want to thank John for coming back to the Washington County Fair and sorting through our goats and working with our kids. Helping us out in the ring today, we got some Washington County Fair royalty. Our 2023 Washington County Fair Queen is Miss Taylor Bartholomew from Washington. Her parents are Scott and Michelle Bartholomew, and she's a member of the Franklin Club's 4-H Club. Our first runner-up, also joining us, is Miss Zoe Denler from Crawfordsville, Iowa. Her parents are Karen and Darren, and she's a member of Horse and Pony, as well as Waco FFA. And then our Miss Congeniality is Miss Greta Searin from Kyoto, Iowa. Her parents are Jason and Catherine Searin, and she's a member of the Mid-Prairie FFA. Let's give a round of applause and thank our 2023 Washington County Fair royalty. Our champion junior dairy doe will be receiving a trophy sponsored by Mike and Bev Black, and our reserve junior dairy doe will be receiving a lavender rosette.
We would start this class out with a little doe here. This doe, when she first comes in, she stood right at the top of the class. The way she came in, she kind of made it easy for me. But no, this little doe right here, structurally correct. When we look at these dairy goats, I've learned a lot about them, and it's not my forte, but I do a lot of studying online. I got a good mentor down in Blakesburg. Doug Glosser has taught me a lot. But anyway, we start out with this doe here. She's really feminine made. You look at her structure ground up. You really like how her neck comes up out of that shoulder. You look at her top line into that hip. Just a doe that is made what I would say is about as correct as you can find. You look at her width of base, and her udder placement is excellent. Then we kind of move down to a little brown doe here. Maybe just quite isn't as made as correct as a top doe, but one that's no doubt in my mind that this young man she's going to turn into a really, really good dairy doe for him down the road. But this doe is really attractive. Like I said, structure is probably just a little bit off of the doe in first or your champion. Then we kind of get down to this doe. It's a dairy show. I'm not going to discount this young lady for getting some weight on her. this doe, I mean, she would be good without weight, you know, but this doe's really made right. You maybe like to see her feminine, her front end a little more feminine than the top two ahead of her. But a doe, you know, she's got some width over that top, down that lower leg, you know, in the front. That, again, you know, is going to be a very good dairy doe down the road. Then we kind of get in some goats here, folks, without hitting on each one of them. This little black and white goat, you know, she just, you know, maybe a little bit finer made than the top three, but a doe that really comes at you up off the ground. She's nice, but just one that just doesn't quite have the frame as the other three. And then we kind of come down to these, you know, we got some does here, just a little bit of structure. You like to see a little bit better structure on it from the ground up, some width, but some really nice set of does. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of our last class. First with a purple went to Sandra Edwards of Highland FFA. Second with a purple went to Chloe Sexton of the Highland FFA. Third with a purple went to Casey Sexton of the Riverside Ramblers. Fourth with a purple went to Addison Giro from the Highlanders. Fifth with the purple went to Casey Sexton from the Riverside Ramblers. Sixth with the blue went to Addison Giro from the Highlanders. And seventh with the blue went to Tegan Pepper from the Horse and Pony Club. From the top down, if you have a program, it reads 1, 3, 2, 5, 6, 4, 7. In the ring now, we have our yearling dairy does under 2 years old.
Okay. The deciding factor of these two does was the age. The doe we got in the first hole here, you know, she's really made right. You know, she's really good up off the ground. You know, she goes in that chest floor. You really like her neck, how she comes up out of the front all the way back. And then you get in that udder placement, you know, excellent udder female. Then we get this little gal here, you know. She just, I don't know, for her age, you know, she's probably a little bit on the small side, but if you look at her, she's made right. You know, kind of what you want in these dairy goats. Comes up out of the front really feminine. She's white off the ground. And you come back, her udder placement, really, really nice. And just one thing, you see me talking to this young lady, what I do throughout the day, folks, is I'll take a minute, 30 seconds, if just helping an exhibitor, helping if they're showing their animal. So anyway, if you see me doing that throughout the day, that's what I do. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Congratulations to Sandra Edwards. She had our champion yearling dairy doe. She'll be receiving a trophy sponsored by Wellman Produce. And our reserve yearling dairy doe goes to Kinley Skelton from the Lime Creek Limelights. She'll be getting a purple rosette. Coming into the ring now is senior dairy does over 2 years old and freshened. .4-Hers in the ring with gray polos are the class of 2023 4-H seniors who graduated in May. These polos have been sponsored by Whithoff Farm Supply. Washington County 4-H wants to congratulate these seniors on their recent graduations and thank them and their families for their years working with us. In the ring, we have senior Annie Morrison of Bows and Bullets. So let's congratulate Annie on her years of showing goats with us. Attention everyone, if you are parked south of the horse barn, you will need to go move your car by 4 o'clock. The tow truck will be called at 4:30. So if you are parked south of the horse barn, you will need to go move your vehicle so they have parking for the grandstand event tonight. So again, please move your car by 4 o'clock if you don't want to get towed.
Okay, folks, I would like to see this whole class at the Iowa State Fair. There is some tremendous females in here. We start off the class with a couple powerful does in regards to their structure, their volume, and then you look at their feminine fronts all the way back into that udder placement. Teat structure, or placement I should say, is spot on. Then we move down to a doe here. I really like this doe a lot. And I think maybe it's because her feet need trimmed and she past stern, but I'm not going to hold that against her. But a doe that is really feminine made, all the way back into that hip, down that pelvis area, you know, pins down in that udder. You look at her teat placement, it is excellent. Then we kind of move down to some does, you know. I think we get some does that are maybe structurally a little bit not real bad, but you know, you always compare the ones above. But some does that are really nice in their teat placement on their udder, and just a really nice set of does here, you know, really feminine. Then we kind of move down in a couple of does. I moved these two does around. I just felt this doe right here is a little bit more feminine in regards to representing her breed or the dairy, you know, but take nothing away from the black doe, big old powerful doe that probably milks like, as I should say, is a trooper, but two really nice does. Then we come down to a little gal here, you know, she just doesn't have that frame or that volume through her middle, but a doe that's really wide over hip, good udder placement, just kind of got overpowered in regards to that structure and volume. Then we kind of get into a doe right here. She really needs, for the dairy deal, she really needs to be feminine up in the front, and her udder placement, you like to see that just a little bit better compared to the ones ahead of her. But anyway, a very nice class of dairy does. Thank you.
Results of that last class. First and a purple, our champion senior dairy doe. goes to Addison Giro of the Highlanders. She will be receiving a trophy sponsored by Dwayne and Vicki Fisher family. And our second in that class, also receiving a purple, is Addison Giro from the Highlanders, receiving a lavender rosette. Third and a purple went to Annie Morrison of Bows and Bullets. Fourth and a purple goes to Grace Skelton of the Lime Creek Limelights. And ninth and a blue goes to Chloe Sexton of the Highland FFA. From the top down, on first page it goes 1, 9, 8, 4. You flip to page 2, it goes 3, 7, 5, 6, 2. Coming into the ring now is our champion Dairy Goat Drive. We want to give special credit to our goat superintendents, Miss Vicki Fisher and Dwayne Fisher. They put in much time before, during, and after the fair to make sure that this show runs smoothly. So thank you to them for making the show happen smoothly. Vicki is in the middle of the ring right now, and Dwayne unfortunately isn't here. Filling in for him today in our ring is Miss Sherry Temple. So let's give Dwayne and Vicki a big round of applause for all they do putting the show on for our kids. Attention everyone, we have more show programs up at the announcer stand here. Greta Siren, our Miss Congeniality, is going around the ring as well with some, so if you're sitting ringside and you'd like a program, please stop her. Otherwise, we have some extra programs up here at the announcer stand.
Okay, before I pick your champion dairy female, you want to give these exhibitors please. I tell you what, the doe that really. Hear me now? Okay. These girls have done an excellent job. Exhibitors, young man, they're also, you know, and I tell you what, when I go to the Iowa State Fair, I watch the dairy show. And I tell you what, it's amazing, you know, the quality is up there, and then you come down, which I'm not surprised is Washington County. But there's an excellent set of does out here, but one really sticks out. You know, she's really feminine fronted, she's very wide on her base, up to her top, that rib cage is really massive. Then she goes into that hip, the length of hip, and then down through her udder, you know, her teeth placement is excellent. So, and then our reserve doe is one that is really, really super feminine fronted, you know, and her neck set might be just a tick better than the champion doe, but one that really has a future ahead of her in regards to, you know, of course, milking and showing. So I'm gonna go pick your Grand and Reserve dairy females. Good job.
Coming into the ring now is our dairy goat weather class. Our champion overall dairy goat was Miss Addison Giro of the Highlanders. She received a trophy sponsored by Gene Miller and family, as well as $25 from Mike and Bev Black. Our reserve champion dairy goat went to Sandra Edwards of the Highland FFA. Let's give our dairy doe exhibitors a round of applause. Attention everyone, if you have a champion or a reserve in the Dairy Goat show today and you'd like your picture taken with the Washington Journal, they will be taking pictures for goats at 7 o'clock tonight over at the backdrop. Again, if you'd like your picture taken with the Washington Journal, they will be taking pictures at 7 o'clock tonight at the backdrop.
I think I'm on. Okay, we're going to start the class out with a goat. When I learned the meat goat, and just like the cattle thing, I learned from the inside out. That's the way I've learned, and that's the way I assess livestock is inside out. You know, especially when it comes to our market animals. And this goat in first place, you know, this girl here, I give her excellent, all the kudos in the world. She took a dairy wether, and you put your hands on him. There's some meat goats that don't feel this good. And this goat's loin, the depth of loin is it's so there, you know. I mean, this goat's got a ton of meat in him. And, but like, you know, I kind of went ahead of myself. I usually start from the ground up. And this guy here's wide base. He's clean through the front. She has him probably at about 2/10 right now, but an excellent meat goat. Then we kind of get down the second place goat. You know, he just gives up the power of the goat in first, but a goat that she's done a very good job feeding him and has some muscle up through that loin into that rump. Then we get into a goat that's very interesting. This guy weighs 76 pounds, and we go on grade and yield. And this goat, I'm sure that he would probably cut okay just because he's 76. You look at him, if you look at the frame size between him and the top two, that was probably the deciding factor with me, but this young man's got a really nice dairy meat goat. Then we kind of come down to the goats here in the bottom, these two goats here. Probably just, you know, they're a meat goat, or they're a dairy meat goat class, or dairy meat, yeah, whatever you want to call it. So we got to have some meat in these goats, and I just feel the ones above them just had, of course, more to them than these two goats right here. Then we kind of come down to a little goat here. I'm sure this little guy had a little more time on feed, like another 60 days. And to tell you what, he would be a nice one. But anyway, a very good class of goats.
Congratulations to Ms. Addison Giro of the Highlanders for exhibiting our champion dairy goat wether. She'll receive a trophy sponsored by Statler Construction, as well as a $25 cash award from Dwayne and Vicki Fisher. Our reserve will be receiving a lavender rosette, and that also went to Ms. Addison Giro of the Highlanders. Third, receiving a purple, went to Kale Miller of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Fourth, receiving a blue, goes to Kenzie Miller of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Fifth, receiving a blue, goes to Colin Miller of the Lime Creek Live Wires. And sixth, receiving a blue, goes to Sandra Edwards of the Highland FFA. Reading from the top down, results are 6, 2, 1, 4, 5, 3. Coming into the ring now is our crossbred dairy wether class. I do apologize. I missed it in our last class. In the dairy goat wethers, we had a senior, Mr. Colin Miller from the Lime Creek Livewires. Let's congratulate Colin for all of his years in the Washington County 4-H, and good luck in his future endeavors. We would like to recognize and thank Federation Bank for their sponsorship of the 4-H shirts for each member this year. So if you notice all of the white t-shirts that our exhibitors have the pleasure of wearing throughout the week, those are sponsored by Federation Bank. So thank you to them.
We're going to start the class out with the goat that this young lady's done an excellent job feeding him. It's kind of like the last class. You know, this goat feels as good as a lot of meat goat wethers. You know, you're looking from the ground up. You know, he's wide-based. He comes up in that front, really nice and clean. Then his top line into that rack and that loin and hip. You really like this goat. Then he's got some rump to go along with it. And so this goat in second place and third place, here is the deciding factor. This goat, what his weight is, then you put your hands on him, and he's got a tremendous depth of loin and length of loin. And on grade and yield, I'm sure this goat is going to cut excellent over the goat in third. But the little goat in third place, here's a goat you'd like to see like about another 45 days on. But take nothing away from this goat. He's got some really, really good pieces, but for today, he just doesn't quite have enough power to him like the two ahead of him. Then we get down this goat in fourth place, a guy that, again, you know, like more time, but it just isn't quite have the mass or the muscle shape like the ones ahead of him. Then we get down in this fourth place goat, you know, a guy that you like to see, like to change some things about him, but for his size and his weight, you know, you put your hands on him, he's got some good pieces. Then we get down in these last two goats, you know, you like to widen out their base some, and come up over the top and widen them out. But very some crossbred does, or wethers, I'm sorry, wethers.
Congratulations to Ashley Statler from the Lime Creek Limelights for exhibiting our champion crossbred wether. She received a trophy sponsored by Powell Funeral Home. Our reserve crossbred wether went to Kenzie Miller of the Lime Creek Live Wires. She were receiving a lavender rosette. Third, receiving a purple, went to Ashley Statler of the Lime Creek Limelights. Fourth, receiving a purple, went to Teague Pepper of the Horse and Pony Club. Fifth, receiving a blue, goes to Olivia Utzinger from the Lime Creek Limelights. Sixth, receiving a blue, went to Ryan Pepper of the Washington FFA. And seventh, receiving a blue, goes to Kale Miller of the Lime Creek Live Wires. From the top down, it reads 5, 3, 1, 4, 6, 7, 2. In the ring now is our first class of junior breeding meat does, aged born August 1st, 2002 to May 15th, 2023. Immediately following the goat show today will be the Clover Kid Goat Show. Clover Kid participants have been mentored by goat showmen to learn more about the goat species. Please stick around and see the next generation getting involved in this department. Clover Kid participants should get their show numbers from the extension office. want to give a big thank you to KCTC for their generous gift to live stream all of the livestock shows at the Washington County Fair. The link for that is listed on the show program, so you can tune in today, have family and friends tune in, or tune into livestock shows the rest of the week. We appreciate their generous support. You can enjoy the show again by following the link at the top of the show program, or go to the KCTC YouTube channel and look up the 2023 Washington County Fair livestock shows. Again, big thank you to KCTC.
Start out the class with the doe. This gal came in, you know, she really catches your eye, and when she walks, I mean, she's so up front, and that neck comes up out of those shoulders, just where you want them. I like her, you know, from her ground up. She's got some width of base, and I really like her top on her. You know, she's got a adequate rack. Loin shape is really there. You get in that hip, in that pin bone set, really nice. Then we get down to little doe here. It's kind of a discrepancy between her and the third place doe, but really what made me pull her up was you get your hands on her. She just has so much more width of base to her than the doe in third, but then when you get your hands over top, you know, she just kind of overpowers this doe in third place. But then so the doe in third place, I really like this doe a lot, but I really would like to maybe widen her out and get a little more meat in her frame, you know, but a very nice, excellent look, nice looking, excellent doe. Then we kind of get into some does down here, folks, that they just lose a little bit of power, a little bit of bone, foot size compared to the ones in front of them. But, you know, three does that are made very right, you know, feminine fronted. They put that foot on the ground and travel really well. A very good set of does.
Congratulations to the last class. First receiving a purple went to Hunter Robertson of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Second receiving a purple goes to Austin Black of the Horse and Pony Club. Third receiving a purple goes to Kenna Robertson of the Lime Creek Line Lights. Fourth receiving a blue goes to Austin Black of the Horse and Pony Club. Fifth receiving a blue goes to Chase Robinson of the Highland FFA. And sixth receiving a blue goes to Sandra Edwards from the Highland FFA. From the top down, it goes 6, 4, 5, 3, 2, 1. Coming into the ring now is our second class of junior breeding meat does, born August 1st, 2022 to May 15th, 2023. Attention goat exhibitors, if you received first, second, or third, you will be coming back for our grand drive. Again, if you received first, second, or third in class, you will be coming back for our grand drive. .4-H'ers in the ring with gray polos are the class of 2023 4-H seniors who graduated in May. These polos have been sponsored by Woodhoff Farm Supply. Washington County 4-H wants to congratulate Miss Avery Shalla on her recent graduation and thank her and her family for their years working with us. Congratulations, Avery. Again, we'd like to thank our judge, Mr. John Malone, for coming and working with our kids today. John comes from Morning Sun, Iowa. Him and his family have been breeding and raising boar goats since 2008, but John and his family, his siblings, and his kids have all been involved in the goat business for the last 58 years. I was talking to John earlier, and he said that this is the last year that one of his kids will be showing goats until his grandkids grow up. And so he loves working with kids and goats, and so he's so excited to fill in for us this year. So let's all give John a big round of applause for coming and working with our kids today. Attention everyone, if you are parked south of the horse barn, you need to move your car by 4 o'clock. Again, if you are parked south of the horse barn, they need that parking lot for the grandstand event tonight, so you need to go move your vehicle. The tow truck will be called at 4:30, so please go move your vehicle if you are parked south of the horse barn.
Folks, in this class of does, I don't think I've ever judged at a county fair a class so deep and so nice as these top 3 does. But I tell you what, the deciding factor was on that walk. The young lady's doe up here in the first hole. Man, her neck comes up out of the shoulders. I really like the way she traveled. She really plants that foot hard and just moves out really nice. And then when you get your hands on her, she doesn't disappoint you. I love the way she's tucked up in that chest floor and up to that front. You know, just a doe that is made as good as you can find. Then we come down this young man's doe. It was so close. Like I said, the deciding factor was on the walk, and this young man does an excellent job showing. But just one, I just think that the doe in first, a little bit more tucked up the front, like her neck set out of the shoulders. And this young lady here, I think she just got overpowered by a couple, but I'm sure she goes to State Fair. All right. This doe is an excellent doe, but the 2 ahead of her, I might say just maybe a little bit more to them, a little bit better up to that hip structure. But I tell you what, a doe that really can't discount any of these top 3 does. Then we get down the bottom 2 does here. This young lady's goat, you really like a lot of things about her. But like I said, you know, compared to the ones ahead of her, she just got overpowered, but a doe that I would be very proud to own. Then we get this young man's goat. I told him, I said, boy, I said, young man, you didn't get last, you got 5th. You're in a very, very high quality class, an excellent showman also. But Ted, let's give these exhibitors a well-deserved hand.
Congratulations to our last class. First receiving a purple went to Avery Shalla of the Riverside Ramblers. Second receiving a purple went to Blake Sabaski of the Fairfield FFA. Third receiving a purple went to Callie Brink of the Washington Hustlers. Fourth receiving a blue went to Callie Brink of the Washington Hustlers. And fifth receiving a blue goes to Hunter Robertson of the Lime Creek Livewires. From the top down, it reads 5, 4, 1, 3, 2. Coming into the ring now is our 3rd class of junior breeding meat does. Some of the animals from today's show will be sold in the livestock auction on Friday. Anyone from the community is welcome to come and buy. The auction starts at 8:30 a.m. on Friday morning. Any exhibitors who wish to sell their animals in the livestock auction need to submit their paperwork for the auction by noon on Tuesday. Just as a reminder, if you receive first, second, or third in the breeding doe classes today, you will be coming back for the drive for your respective divisions. Again, if you receive first, second, or third in your breeding meat doe class today, please come back for division. We'd like to give a big thank you to 4-H Wood Products of Crawfordsville. They provided the fresh shavings that we have in the show ring for this week. So let's give a big round of applause for 4-H Wood Products of Crawfordsville for providing the shavings for our show rings this week.
We're going to start the class out with this doe. I mean, I really like this doe from a profile point of view, but then when you get your hands on her and you evaluate this doe, I mean, to me, this is an excellent breeding piece for down the road. You know, she's not overly massive. She's just really feminine in that front. And granted, you maybe like to get that neck a little bit higher up out of that shoulder, but then you look at her coming down that chest forward with the base, you really can't really fault this doe in that regard. I mean, she is a nice doe. Then we get down the second place doe and the third place doe. This was really tough, but on the walk, this paying doe, I mean, she has such a big foot. And granted, the third place doe does too, but this little doe here, I think the girl really presents her really well. Get that neck up so you can really see what she's all about up in there. But then you put your hands on her, she does not disappoint you whatsoever. And the doe in third place here, if you look at her, if you could take her front 2/3, which is excellent. Maybe like to get that neck up out of the shoulders, but she just kind of runs out a little bit of power in that outer quarter, in that rump area, but a very nice doe. Then we kind of get down this brown doe. I really like a lot. You get your hands on her. She's got the mass. She's got the width, but one, you just like to maybe feminine her up a little bit, just a little more eye appeal in the show ring, but a doe that's going to raise this young man some good kids. Then we kind of get down in a couple does, you know, they just, if you look ahead of them, they just kind of run out of some power, and conformation-wise, a little bit of structure, a little bit off compared to the ones ahead of her, but a very, very good set of goats. Thank you.
Congratulations to our exhibitors from our last class. First, receiving a purple goes to Gracie Hirschberger of the Lime Creek Glidewires. Second, receiving a purple goes to Piper Malichki of Green Acres. Third, receiving a purple goes to Bryn Litweiler of the Lime Creek Limelights. Fourth, receiving a purple went to Braden Clow of the Washington Go-Getters. Fifth, receiving a blue also went to Braden Clow of the Washington Go-Getters. Sixth, receiving a blue goes to Gabby Robertson of the Mid-Prairie FFA. And seventh, receiving a blue goes to Izzy Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. Coming in now, from the top down, it goes 3, 1, 5, 7, 2, 4, 6. Coming in now is our last class of Class 4 of junior breeding meat does. At the conclusion of this class, we will have our champion junior breeding meat doe drive. Many hands make light work to pack up and put away the fair. Fair cleanup begins at 8:30 a.m. on Saturday morning, and all help is greatly appreciated. If you'd like to volunteer, please sign up at the Extension office.
Going to start this class out with the doe, outside of that color. I mean, it's incredible how they're getting these goats or whatever to get this color. But I tell you, yeah, she catches her eye with that. But this young lady presented her as good as anything out here today. And when you look at this doe from the ground up, she's wide based. Her legs are on all four corners. She's not outside of herself like some of these animals can get. I like how her neck comes up out of the shoulder. You get over that chine area, it's flat. She comes into that rack and that loin. That loin is really deep, tremendous. And then you get back in that hip, hooked and pin bone set. It's really wide. And then you run down that hind leg, just a doe that is, to me, is excellent. Then we run to a doe here this young man has. I don't know if I've ever felt a goat as deep loined as this doe. I mean, but the deciding factor from first to second was I'd like to maybe get this doe's neck a little bit better, pal that shoulder, maybe clean her up in the front a little bit in regards to the doe ahead of her, maybe feminine her up a little bit. But a doe from her ground up, her rib, all the way back, her top, she's excellent in that regard. It was really a close between these two, but this doe here, I don't think I felt a goat so deep loin as today as this one. Then we get down in the fourth place goat. I mean, these goats got thrown in with a couple powerhouses, but take nothing away from them. These does are really made right. They have that eye appeal to them. You like them from the ground up. They're wide based. And granted, the doe down in the bottom hole there in fourth, maybe structurally she needs a little bit of help, but really a couple of nice set of goats.
Congratulations to our exhibitors. Results of that last class. First in a purple went to Isabel Litweiler of the Lime Creek Limelights. Second in a purple went to Eli Conrad of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Third in a blue went to Jace Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. And fourth in a blue went to Izzy Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. From the top down, it goes 3, 1, 4, 2. Coming into the ring now is our champion junior Dairy Doe Drive. From class 1, we had first went to Hunter Robertson, second went to Austin Black, and third went to Kenna Robertson. Out of class 2, first went to Avery Shalla, second went to Blake Sabaski, and third went to Callie Brink. Out of class 3, we have first went to Gracie Hirschberger, second went to Piper Malichki, and third went to Bryn Litweiler. And out of class 4, we had first went to Isabel Litweiler, second went to Eli Conrad, and third went to Jace Kalupa. Attention everyone, if you are parked south of the horse barn, please go move your car. Again, if you are parked south of the horse barn, please go move your car. They will be calling the tow truck at 4:15 and starting towing people at 4:30. So if you are parked south of the horse barn and you don't want to get towed, please go move your car. We will be choosing a top 5 in our junior breeding does today. Our champion junior breeding meat doe will be receiving a trophy sponsored by Jason and Catherine Searin, and our reserve will be receiving a lavender rosette. Helping us out in the ring today is our Washington County Fair royalty. Currently in the ring, we have our first runner-up, Miss Zoe Denler from Crawfordsville. She is the daughter of Karen and Darren Denler and is a part of the Horse and Pony Club as well as Waco FFA. We also have our Miss Congeniality, Miss Greta Searin. She is from Keota and she's the daughter of Jason and Catherine Searin and a member of the Mid-Prairie FFA. Thank you, ladies, for being here to hand out our prizes.
Okay, folks, first of all, I don't know if I've seen a doe class or a division or class winners, the top 3, as high quality at a county fair. Really, I mean, this is incredible. These kids presented these animals to the best of their ability. It has been one of the hardest shows I think I've ever judged in regards to that. Usually what's easy to a point is you got so many good ones. I'll tell you what, today it wasn't. You know, there's some excellent animals out here. So what we're going to do, we're going to pick your top 5. And then I'm just going to start picking them. But I think there's one doe out here that is just, to me, she's flawless in her design, her makeup, her structure and soundness. She's so pretty firm with a lot of power that goes along with it. So I'm going to go out and pick your top 5. And then we'll move on. So anyway, give all these exhibitors a well-deserved hand.
Congratulations to Miss Avery Shala from the Riverside Ramblers out of Class 2. She exhibited our champion junior breeding meat doe. She'll be receiving a trophy sponsored by Jason and Catherine Searin. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors. Again, our champion junior breeding doe went to Avery Shalla out of Class 2. Our reserve went to Blake Saboski of the Fairfield FFA, also out of Class 2. Third junior breeding meet doe went to Isabel Litweiler of the Lime Creek Limelights out of Class 4. Fourth went to Miss Callie Brink of the Washington Hustlers out of Class 2. And fifth went to Eli Conrad of the Lime Creek Livewires out of Class 4. Coming into the ring now is our first class of yearling does born July 31st, 2021 to July 31st, 2022. Congratulations to our exhibitors. We'd like to give special credit to Miss Vicki Fisher, who's our goat superintendent. She's putting a lot of time before, during, and after the fair to make sure that our show runs smoothly. So everyone, if you could, please give a big round of applause and a big thank you to Vicki, who's standing right here in front of me, for making the show happen today. as a reminder for our yearling breeding meat doe exhibitors, we would like to ask all first, second, and third place exhibitors from each of the yearling breeding doe classes to come back for the yearling breeding doe drive. Again, as a reminder, all first, second, and third place goats will be coming back for yearling breeding doe drive.
Class, this doe, I mean, I really like this doe a lot. You know, you get your hands on her, look at that big old hip in her, you know, and I like the way her neck comes up out of those shoulders. And, but you know, she's just a big old brute, like a nice broody type female, but she has a lot of good pieces to her. And I think after I evaluate him, I think she just has a little bit more power than the doe in second. And there has been times this young lady's had that doe set up. You can see that, you know, like right now, you know, structurally and set up the best, but take nothing away from the young lady, you know, it's been a long class. Then we get in the second place doe, you know, this doe's so nice up in her front. Third, you know, she comes up out of those shoulders really well. You come down that chest floor, you like how it's kind of tucked up in there. But then when I get over top, you know, she just kind of comparative to the goat in first, just kind of runs out of some power compared to the doe in first, but she has power, don't get me wrong. When you get down to rump, I feel the doe ahead of her just had more to her, and just a little bit bigger foot size also. Then we get down this paint doe. This doe is really nice, you know, ground up, she's sound. She moves around the ring pretty well, I mean really well. But you know, you like to maybe feminine that front end up and get that neck up. I talked a lot about that today, but You know, that's what I like seeing a lot of these females. But anyway, she has a really nice white top into that hip and a really nice doe into that lower leg. Then we kind of come down in some does here, folks. They're just maybe not the heaviest or biggest footed does in the class. You maybe like to see a little bit more cannon bone on them, but some does that have some shape to their top, but just lacking, you know, some of that natural muscling that you'd like to see. A good set of does.
Congratulations to our exhibitors. First in that class receiving a purple went to Mason Schneider of Green Acres. Second, also receiving a purple went to Mason Schneider from Green Acres. Third, receiving a purple goes to Alex Conrad of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Fourth, receiving a blue goes to Austin Black of the Horse and Pony Club. Fifth, receiving a blue goes to Madison Whithoff of the Mid-Prairie FFA. And sixth, receiving a blue goes to Ryan Pepper of the Washington FFA. From the top down, it reads 6, 2, 1, 5, 3, 4. Coming into the ring now is Class 2 of our yearling breeding meat does. .4-Hers in the ring with gray polos are the class of 2023 4-H seniors who graduated in May. These polos have been sponsored by Woodhoff Farm Supply. Washington County 4-H wants to congratulate Miss Hallie Hirschberger on her recent graduation and thank her and her family for the years working with us. Let's all give Hallie a big round of applause for her years showing goats at the Washington County Fair. Many hands make light work to pack up and put away the fair. Fair cleanup begins at 8:30 a.m. on Saturday morning, and all help is greatly appreciated. If you'd like to volunteer to help clean up the fair on Saturday morning, please sign up at the Extension office.
You're going to start the class out, this big old black-headed doe. I tell you what, from the ground up, you look how wide base she is, a big old foot on her. And that, I love how that neck comes up out of the shoulder. The young man was really presenting her well. And, you know, then you run your hands over top. She doesn't disappoint you in that rack or loin area, the width or the depth. You know, her rib shape and underline is really excellent in my point of view. And then you get down that leg, it's wide, it's deep. You know, just a doe that really travels really well. Then we get a second place doe. I just think she gives up just a little bit in regards to power than the of her. But and this young lady shows him as good as anybody, but just kind of overpowered by the doe ahead of her. Then we kind of get down the second hole. This young man, he's brought does out today that their tops are just enormous. But, you know, just one that you maybe like to just maybe widen her base out compared to the top two ahead of her. Maybe prettier front up, but really a nice doe. Then we kind of get down into the third and fourth place does. Doe here, you like to maybe change her up in that heart girth area, kind of pull her apart somewhat. Really nice up front. Good on the ground, but just really a well-made doe. Then this gal down here, folks, just loses a little bit of natural muscling and frame size, but a good doe, though.
Congratulations to our exhibitors. Results of that last class. First, receiving a purple goes to Hayden Litweiler of the Lime Creek Limelights. Second, receiving a purple goes to Howie Hirschberger of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Third, receiving a blue goes to Eli Conrad of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Fourth, receiving a blue goes to Austin Black of the Horse and Pony Club. And fifth, receiving a blue goes to Annette Widoff from the Lime Creek Limelights. From the top down, results are 5, 4, 3, 1, 2. Coming into the ring now is Class 3 of our yearling breeding meat does. We'd like to recognize and give a big thank you to Federation Bank for their sponsorship of the 4-H t-shirts for each member this year. Each of the 4-H exhibitors are provided a shirt to wear throughout the county fair this week. And as you'll notice, all of our exhibitors are wearing their white shirts today. So let's all give a big thank you to Federation Bank for providing our exhibitors with shirts to wear while they exhibit this week.
Then we're going to start the class out. We're going to start the class out. This young lady has really done an excellent job showing this doe. And, you know, we get in these older does, you know, they can go stale real easy, you know. I'm not saying these does are stale, but I'm telling you, you get someone that can present it like this lady done a really great job presenting her. You know, these, like I say, these older does, they kind of start falling apart. You know, out here it's hot, and plus their age. But this doe right here, you know, she's good on all four. Love the way her leg set is, you know, comes out, you know, that her shoulder excellent, and her neck out of the shoulders is nice, like I've said all day. You get up over top, she's really nice into the half, really, really wide hip. I like her width and lower leg, but just a really well-made doe. And like I said, these older does, she's fresh for being one of these older gals. Then we kind of get in this doe here, this young man, this doe, I just love a lot of things about her. She's wide base, good underline, big old rib shape into her. Excellent how that neck comes out of the shoulder. Same way into her top, really wide, long top into that hip and lower leg. Then we get down the third place goat. This just broke a little bit over the top today and pressure up a little bit, in regards to her condition. But not saying that she's bad condition, but I like just maybe fresh her up a little bit. But a doe really hits you on the base, wide based, up the underline up over top in that leg. Kind of run down into some does here. Structure-wise, this doe, but you like to maybe get her top in her. And then the hard girth, just maybe compare the other ones, kind of, through that. Then the doe down here, she just won, if you can tell, it's kind of broken top to a point, but, these does will still lay down and have babies for them. But then again, a really good set of senior does.
Congratulations to our exhibitors. Results of our last class. First with the purple went to Miley Hirschberger of the Lime Creek Livewires. Second with the purple went to Jace Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. Third receiving a purple goes to Bria Ropp of Green Acres. Fourth receiving a purple goes to Braxton Ropp of Green Acres. And fifth receiving a purple goes to Izzy Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. Coming into the ring now is our first, second, and third place yearling breeding meat does for our yearling breeding meat doe champion drive. It's kind of a mouthful to say. From our first class of yearling breeding meat does, first went to Mason Schneider, second goes to Mason Schneider, and third went to Alex Conrad. Out of Class 2, first went to Hayden Litweiler, second went to Hallie Hirschberger, and third went to Eli Conrad. And out of Class 3, first went to Miley Hirschberger, second went to Jace Kalupa, and third went to Bria Ropp. Let's give all of our exhibitors a round of applause. We'd like to give a big thank you to the 4-H Wood Products of Crawfordsville. They provided the fresh shavings that we have in our show ring. So again, can we all help me give a big thank you to the 4-H Wood Products of Crawfordsville for providing the shavings in the show ring this week.
We're going to pick a top 5 here, and so I'm going to pick your champion doe, and then I'll move on down to your top 5. We got a really excellent group of does out here. You know, we got some, you know, of course by age and weight, you know, they vary, but a nice set of does. You know, there's really not a bad one in the whole group. So all I'm going to do is go pick your champion doe, your doe here, and then like I say, I'll follow with the other 4.
Congratulations to all of our yearling breeding meat doe exhibitors. Our champion came out of Class 2 and went to Hayden Litweiler. He will be receiving a trophy sponsored by Carl and Jenny Unternauer. Our reserve also came out of Class 2, went to Hallie Hirschberger. She will be receiving a lavender rosette. Third came out of Class 3, went to Miley Hirschberger. Fourth came out of Class 3 and went to Jace Kalupa. And fifth also came out of Class 3 and goes to Bria Rapp. Congratulations to our exhibitors. Coming into the ring now is our single class of senior breeding meat does.
I told this young lady this doe, you know, she is a very, very good doe, and she can stand some competition in regards to, I mean, she would really well in a big class or whatever with a class of doe or does like herself, you know, and this doe, I asked her if she raised some kids out, and she had a buckling out of her, and a really good shape, you know, for having a kid this year, and present her very well today. A very well-made doe from ground up. You know, then you get him through her top in that rib shape, you know, really can't falter. Then we kind of get a doe in second place. This young lady had kids out of her this year, and a doe that just quite doesn't, you know, doesn't quite have the condition, the power of the doe in first. But a nice doe, you know. Remember, she had kids this year also. Then this young lady here, Diana had kids this year, but I told her, I said, you know, this is a really nice doe. You know, it's hard to sometimes keep weight on when we want to having kids, but she raised kids out of her, and we'll see if she brings them next year.
Congratulations to our exhibitors. Results of that last class: first in a purple went to Paige Malichki, second in a blue went to Chloe Sexton of the Highland FFA, and third in a blue went to Chloe Sexton of the Highland FFA. Coming into the ring, we have our top 5 junior breeding meat does, our top 5 yearling breeding meat does, and our top 3 senior breeding meat does coming into the ring to choose our top 5 overall breeding meat does. Just to refresh everyone's memory, our champion breeding doe went to Avery Shalla. Our reserve junior breeding doe, went to Blake Saboski. Our 3rd overall junior breeding doe went to Isabel Litweiler. Our 4th overall junior breeding doe went to Callie Brink. And our 5th overall junior breeding doe went to Eli Conrad. And then our yearling breeding does, our champion went to Hayden Litweiler. Our reserve went to Hallie Hirschberger. Our 3rd yearling breeding doe went to Miley Hirschberger. Our 4th yearling breeding doe went to Jace Kalupa. And our 5th yearling breeding doe went to Bria Robb. And lastly, our champion senior breeding doe went to Paige Malichki. Our reserve went to Chloe Sexton. And our 3rd senior breeding doe went to Chloe Sexton. Our judge will be picking a top 5 overall breeding meat doe today. So let's give all of our exhibitors a round of applause. And I forgot to mention our champion senior breeding meat doe went to Paige Malichki. She received a trophy sponsored by Carl and Jenny Uttenauer. And our reserve, Chloe Sexton, received a lavender rosette.
Okay, folks, I'm going to go out and pick your top 5, and I think what's satisfying as a judge is to look at all of your females that were at the top end today, and I kind of looked at them, and I'm really glad the way things turned out. Like I'm saying, as a judge, sometimes, we don't make friends, but one thing I always want you folks to know that I'm here for the, and what I explain, I hope you can follow me, it's about structure, soundness, then let's go up off of that, Then we go to the front, work our way back. But like I said, I'm going to go out and pick 5 does, and this is just an incredible, incredible lineup. And Washington County, you folks ought to be proud of yourselves, every one of you, because I remember coming here before, and you have done nothing but just went like this straight up. And it just isn't your goat species either, it's everything else. So I'm just going to pick your top 5, and I won't talk them after I pick them.
Congratulations to all of our exhibitors. Our champion overall breeding doe went to Avery Shalla. She received a trophy sponsored by Carl and Jenny Unternauer and a banner sponsored by Black Diamond Boar Goats, as well as an invitation to the Southeast Iowa Showdown. Our reserve went to Blake Saboski. He received a trophy sponsored by Farmers Elevator and Berlin Yoder, as well as a banner sponsored by Black Diamond Boar Goats. Our third overall went to Isabel Litweiler. She received a banner sponsored by KDK Sales. Fourth went to Callie Brink. She received a banner sponsored by KDK Sales. And our fifth overall breeding meat doe went to Hayden Litweiler, and he received a banner sponsored by KDK Sales. Let's give all of our breeding doe exhibitors a round of applause. We'd like to recognize some of our helping hands that are helping us out at the goat show today. So we have Ms. Sheila Temple, Ms. Sherry Temple, Elsa Schmidt, Jeff Foster, and Shayla Seals. All helping us out with the goat show today. Without the help of these guys, we wouldn't be able to make this show run. So let's give a big thank you to all of those who are helping us run the show today. Some of the animals from today's show will be sold in the livestock auction on Friday, and anyone from the community is welcome to come and buy. The auction starts at 8:30 on Friday morning. Exhibitors, if you'd like to sell your animal in the auction, you need to submit your paperwork for that in the extension office by noon tomorrow. Again, exhibitors, if you plan on selling your livestock in the auction on Friday, please submit your paperwork to the extension office by noon tomorrow.
Yeah, that's this young lady. She raises weather, and she did. And, of course, these exhibitors know that these goats need some time and whatnot. But this little goat right here, he's probably one of the most attractive that I've seen today. If you want to see a picture of a goat with the neck out, the shoulders, this little guy right here, you can't fault him in that. What's so nice about it is she keeps feeding him and shows him, let's say later on, this little guy's going to be pretty cool down the road. Nice goat, really made right from the ground up, wide base, pretty fronted, excellent top. Like I said, he just needs some time. They move down this young man, same way with this goat, the goat just needs some time, but really made right, structurally and soundness, as good as you're going to find him, and a lot of eye appeal. And like I say, just some time. Then we come down and visit with these two young folks. They know that they need some time on them, but some goats that are really nice goats, got some eye appeal, and they're going to turn out really good for them. Thank you.
Congratulations to our exhibitors from Class 1. First with the purple went to Hunter Robertson of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Second with the purple went to Hunter Robertson of the Lime Creek Live Wires. third with the blue went to Madison Woodhoff of the Mid-Prairie FFA, and fourth with the blue went to Sandra Edwards of the Highland FFA. From the top down, it reads 1, 3, 4, 2. Coming into the ring now is our second class of commercial meat goats, weighing 52 to 57 pounds. Attention goat exhibitors, if you were recently taking pictures and you dropped your reserve lavender rosette, we have it up here at the announcer stand. Again, a reserve lavender rosette was found over at the picture, so if you can't find yours and you dropped it, come up to the announcer stand, we can give it to you.
Okay, we're going to start the class out with two really, really nice wethers. These two guys, you know, they got some life left in them down the road. I hope this young lady decides to do that with them, like the Exarban, American Royal, or whatever. But this first little guy here, he is really made right. You really catch your eye when he comes in. Love him how he's tucked up in that chest floor. The legs set off the front and just perfect off the shoulder. Then you run your hands down his back. This young lady's done a really good job feeding him to get that muscle expression, and he's got a really nice mass for his age, you know, and his size. Then we go to the second place goat. I think one that just probably isn't as attractive as a goat in first, but has meat to him, has a really excellent top into that rump. But again, really nice goat, but just quite doesn't have the eye appeals that go ahead of her. Then the black goat, I mean, this goat is jet black, and you really have to get your hands on him to know what you got. But wow, you get your hands on this black goat. Tell you what, folks, he's got a rack, he's got a loin, and he's really wide, and he feels excellent to the touch. And be proud of the way you fed your goat. You're doing excellent. Then we get down here, this guy here, he just doesn't quite have what the black goat has, but they were very close. But a goat that was at this age and this size being fed that feels really good is somewhat on the remarkable side. Then we kind of get down this young man, one that probably just doesn't have the power as the ones ahead of it, you know, but a guy that, you know, he's going to keep growing. He's the heaviest one in the class. He's going to keep going, and he'll turn out to be a pretty good market goat for this young man. Thank you.
Congratulations to our exhibitors. Results in that last class. First, receiving a purple went to Allie Smothers of Green Acres. Second, receiving a purple also went to Allie Smothers of Green Acres. Third, receiving a purple went to Hadley Lichty of Crooked Creek. Fourth, receiving a blue went to Brett McDowell of the Lime Creek Live Wires. And fifth, receiving a blue also went to Brett McDowell of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Coming into the ring now is Class 3 of our commercial meat goats. Immediately following the conclusion of our showmanship today will be the Clover Kid Goat Show. Clover Kid participants have been mentored by goat showmen to learn more about the goat species. Please stick around and see the next generation get involved in this department. Clover Kid participants in this class should get their show numbers from the extension office.
We're going to start our class off with a weather that this guy's about as flawless you're going to find. I mean, folks, we want a weather, this is the type you all want to get. You know, you look at this guy ground up, he's sound. He's got some bass to him. Structurally, it's correct as you're going to find. And I love how his neck comes up out of the shoulder. And you hop into that, just ties in. Just a really, really nice weather. And then we get in the second hole. We get a weather here. This young man really, really feels good at the touch. You know, he's made really right structurally, really correct. You get your hands on him, he does not disappoint with his feel and his muscling also. Then we kind of come down to the third hole, a guy that maybe just gives up just a little bit of structure compared to the guy ahead of him. And this guy just don't quite feel as good as the goat ahead of him. But a goat with some natural muscling, a really nice goat. Then we kind of come down the black-headed goat. You know, just probably not quite as much natural muscling up over his top in that quarter as the goats ahead of him. Then we kind of come down this the bottom two goats. You know, some goats you like to really get some more muscling to them. You know, and you know, kind of widen them out. But a nice set of goats.
Congratulations to our exhibitors. Results of the Class 3. First in a purple went to Blake Sabaski of the Fairfield FFA. Second in a purple went to Alex Conrad of the Lime Creek Livewires. Third in a purple went to William Longbine of Franklin Cubs. Fourth in a purple went to Braxton Ropp of Green Acres. Fifth in a blue went to Chase Thrapp of Crooked Creek. And sixth in the blue went to Hadley Lichty of Crooked Creek. From the top down, it goes 6, 2, 5, 3, 1, 4. Coming into the ring now is Class 4 of our commercial meat goats. If you're looking at the program, half of the class is on page 5 and the rest of the class is on page 6. So just turn over the page to get the rest of the class. Attention exhibitors, we will be calling back first and second place from each of our commercial meat goat classes unless the judge tells us otherwise. Part of the reason is because we have so many classes, we don't want to bombard the ring with 24 goats. So as of right now, only first and second from each class will be coming back in the ring for champion drive.
Going to start the class out. This goat here, I tell you what, folks, get your hands on him. He's got some really a good top in him, from the rack back. But, this young man, he's doing the best he can with these goats. And, we all know how they can be. But he presented him good enough, give me a look and let me get a feel on him, And this guy, you look at his leg set, he's really sound. He walked the ring really, really well, structurally sound and correct. He's really eye appealing up to that front, like I said, his top, down that rump. Just a nice goat. We got here with some meat in him. Then the young lady's goat in second. When he first came out, I really thought, man, this possibly could be the goat. But then you get your hands on him. He runs out a little bit of power compared to the goat in front of him. But tell you what, a nice goat. And his young lady kind of has a bad shoulder, but that didn't discount her from winning the class. Nice goat, very well presented. Okay. Then we get down there. This doe's really made nice. She's got a big old top in her, and then you look at this doe from a profile. The young man's having trouble with her today. And he's not the only one. But this doe here, I hope he decides to keep her racing little ones because she's going to produce some really good wethers for her. Then we move down this black and white goat. A goat, he just probably doesn't have the natural muscling as the goats ahead of him. But a goat this young man raised, and he'd be pretty proud of this goat. He's got a big foot, nice cannon bone, and put together pretty nice. Then we move down a couple goats, just some goats here that are lacking some natural muscling, and you'd like to maybe get them a little bit bigger footed. But outside of that, very nice looking pair of goats. Thank you.
Congratulations to our exhibitors from that last class. Okay. Sorry. Congratulations to our exhibitors from that last class. First, receiving a purple went to Price Sabaski from Franklin Cubs. Second with a purple went to Gabby Robertson from the Mid-Prairie FFA. Third with a purple went to William Longbine from Franklin Cubs. Fourth with a purple went to Mason Schneider of Green Acres. Fifth with a purple went to Bria Rapp of Green Acres. And sixth with a blue went to Piper Malichki of Green Acres. From the top down, starting on page 5, it goes 4, 3, 5, 2. Flip over to page 6, and it goes 1, 6. In the ring now is Class 5 of our commercial meat goats. Attention exhibitors, just so that you are aware, we will be calling back first and second place commercial meat goats from class 1, 2, and 3. Out of class 4, we're calling back first, second, and third place. Again, out of class 1, 2, and 3, we're calling back first and second place. And out of class 4, we're calling back first, second, and third place. At the conclusion of our champion overall commercial meat goat drive, we will be recognizing the top 10 rate of gain. Exhibitors, you just need to bring yourselves into the ring to be recognized. You do not need to bring your animals. Again, if you are part of the top 10 rate of gain, you receive top 10 rate of gain. Exhibitors, you can come into the ring, but you do not need to bring your animals.
I kind of did this class a little bit differently, you know. I mean, these 4 goats are so close that I want to get them away from everything else and just kind of deal with those 4, you know, and it worked, you know. But anyway, start off the class with a really powerful weather. You know, this guy hits the ground really hard on his movement. The girl does an excellent job showing him. And, you know, this guy here is super fronted. You like his leg set on him. You know, his top is really super wide down through that leg. Why, the only thing about this weather that he's kind of just a tick outside of himself a little bit, but don't take that bad. I mean, I'm splitting hairs on this guy because I think this weather you can. He's just so good. But outside of that, a super nice goat here. Then the goat in second, boy, this goat here, I like to see this goat down the road just a tick heavier. He's got a lot of meat in him. He's attractive, structurally correct and sound. I don't know how some of these exhibitors are feeding your goats this year, but I commend you on the feel. This little guy, he's going to be a good one down the road. Just needs a little more time. Then we get down. Some goats here. Coach, you see how I was moving them around. Well, you put your hands on these goats, you'll see why I did what I did. You know, this young lady's goat, you put your hand on his top. He just feels so nice. The covering to me is about as perfect. Yeah, is he the widest, most massive goat at the top? This right here, no. But tell you what, he is really feels nice, adequate muscled, and really a nice, attractive, sound goat. Then we get down this young man, another goat. You know, this goat just has a little bit more power over the top, the rack area, into that loin. But another goat, when you put your hands on him, you like everything about him in that regard. Plus, he's very sound. Then come this young man's goat. A same thing. Probably just don't quite have the power. The goat's ahead of him up over that rack area. But still a goat that really feels good to the touch and structurally sound and correct. And this young man's goat here, I like to do with him, maybe kind of get that middle off of him somewhat and kind of firm him up over his top. But a goat with a lot of natural muscling, but just maybe clean him up a little bit in some places. But then we get down doe right here. I think this young man's been standing down there by himself too long, waiting. But a really good market doe. Maybe today, she's just probably a little bit heavy for you, but really a nice market doe.
Congratulations to our exhibitors. First in that class with a purple went to Avery Shalla of the Riverside Ramblers. Second with a purple went to Izzy Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. Third with a purple went to Callie Brink of the Washington Hustlers. Fourth with a purple went to Eli Conrad of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Fifth with a purple went to Evan Greiner of the Dutch Creek Flyers. Sixth with a purple went to Cooper Schneider of the Riverside Ramblers. And seventh with a blue went to Braxton Ropp of Green Acres. From the top down, it reads 4, 2, 3, 7, 5, 6, 1. Coming into the ring now is Class 6 commercial meat goats. Attention exhibitors, out of Class 5, we will be bringing back the top 3 in Class 5 for Champion Drive. Again, the top first, second, and third place out of Class 5 will be coming back.
start the class off with really, really nice weather. I hope you folks watch this young lady bring her goat in the ring. I mean, that girl had him up right here. The L, as my daughter would tell you, the L is the number one thing in our barn, L. This young lady had him stuck right there all the way in. Watch her the rest of the day if she has any more coming out. Excellent job. But anyway, this goat here is really super attractive. Man, he really hits the ground hard with those feet. And when he's traveling the ring, man, he looks like just like a racehorse. Man, he's so attractive. He gets out there and moves. And then when you get your hands on him, this guy doesn't disappoint you. An excellent goat here. Then we get in the market doe. I really like this doe. You get your hands on her. She doesn't disappoint. She's got a lot of natural muscling. Really nice rack of loin in her. You come off that the hook to pin bone. I like the way it lays in there. And really a nice, really nice structured sound female. Then we get down here to these bottom two goats. Some goats, you know, like this guy here, you know, just white, doesn't have the muscling as the ones ahead of him. I'd probably like to take a little bit off him, you know, but then the goat down in the fourth hole, it's not last, it's fourth. You know, probably just lacks some of that muscle over the top like the goat ahead of him. Thank you.
Congratulations to our exhibitors. First with a purple went to Callie Brink of the Washington Hustlers. Second with a purple went to Cooper Schneider of the Riverside Ramblers. Third with a purple went to Parker Long of the 76 Progressives. And fourth with a purple went to Kennedy Long of the 76 Progressives. Coming into the ring now is Class 7 of our commercial meat goats. Also, attention in the barn to all goat exhibitors. This will be the first call for grand drive for commercial meat goats. First call for grand drive for commercial meat goats. So out of Class 1, we need first and second place. Out of Class 2, we need first and second place. Out of Class 3, we need first and second place. Out of Class 4, we need first, second, and third place. Out of Class 5, we need first, second, and third place. And out of Class 6, we need first and second place. Again, this will be the first call for grand overall drive for our commercial meat goats. We need first and second place out of Classes 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3, and 6. And then we need first, second, and third place out of Classes 4 and 5.
We're going to start the class out with the weather that, I mean, this guy is presented as good as anything you're going to find. The young ladies presented animals today, excellent. You know, outside of the presentation, the fitting and the feeding, I mean, the showing part, these animals are really good at the holler. They do whatever she wants. You can tell a lot of time spent in the barn with these animals, and it does an excellent job. And but you know, a goat that I don't know where you fault this goat. I really don't. He weighs 90 pounds, and so it tells you, of course, meat weighs more than fat. So this guy probably had just about a couple, maybe two, possibly three on him, tenths. But anyway, excellent goat. Then we get a second place goat. This goat here, you know, for his weight, he's got a lot of meat to him. On grade yield basis, he would do excellent. He's not wasted. He's really got some meat in him, and not a big frame, heavy footed goat or bone goat. So he's got a lot of meat. Then the deciding factor, this goat in third over him, because I learned the goat thing from the inside out, and I really did. And you'd be surprised, you get all that flesh on the outside, how much we got on the inside. But take another weight of goat. He's a nice goat. He's got some meat in him. But I just think he's a little bit too fleshy for today. A good class of goats.
Results of that last class. First in a purple went to Avery Shallow of the Riverside Ramblers. Second in a purple went to Ashton Thomas of the Dutch Creek Flyers. And third in a purple went to Paige Malichki of Green Acres. Coming into the ring now is Class 8, our last class of commercial meat goats, weighing 102 to 124 pounds. Attention exhibitors, this will be second call for our champion commercial meat goat drive. We need first and second place out of first, second, and out of class 1, class 2, and class 3. We need first and second place. Out of class 4 and class 5, we need first, second, and third place. Out of class 6 and 7, we need first and second place. At the conclusion of our top 5 champion commercial meat goat drive, we will be recognizing our top 10 rate of gain. Exhibitors, you just need to bring yourselves. You do not need to bring your animals. And then after the recognition of our top 10 rate of gain, we will be rolling into senior showmanship. The judge has invited all of our junior exhibitors to join him in the ring as senior showmanship is going on. Our judge loves working with youth, and he likes working with the juniors, especially when it comes to showmanship. So any junior exhibitor who is interested in learning more about some showmanship, the judge has invited all junior exhibitors to join him in the ring during senior showmanship. And we will be starting with senior showmanship and then going to intermediate and then going to junior showmanship. And at the conclusion of showmanship, we will be having the Clover Kid Goat Show. At the conclusion of recognizing our top 10 rate of gain, we will be taking about a 5 to 10 minute break so our rate of gain exhibitors and our top 5 can get pictures taken and can get their goats ready for showmanship. So at the conclusion of the recognition of our top 10 rate of gain, we will be taking about a 5 to 10 minute break so our exhibitors can get ready for showmanship.
You know, we get in these big goats, you know, like the class before I talked about, cover on them. And, you know, if those goats are really fleshy on the outside, the inside is just really covered with, I mean, it's too bad y'all couldn't see what a goat looks like that's over fat. But what we got here is this young lady here. What do you weigh again, 105? For a 105-pound goat, this goat feels great to the touch. You see me go up behind the shoulder blade or the shoulder and feel that fat, and he's adequate, you know. And then the goat in second place, big old goat, you know. But really, you put your hands on the young man braces him. This goat feels great to the touch. I think he's adequate, maybe a little bit over the 2-3 tenths, but not much. Then we kind of come down with the black-headed goat, you know, and the goat in the end, you know, goat here, probably just a little bit of soft to the touch. And at this weight here, folks, you know, we want to get that hard muscle. And if you've seen them on the rail, once they cut like a hard, soft-made goat, you kind of see what I'm talking about. But anyway, this goat has a lot of meat in him. And then the goat there in the fourth hole, just a goat that kind of gives up some structure and some power in the class. A good set of heavy goats.
Congratulations to our exhibitors. Results of that last class. First in a purple went to Paige Malichki of Green Acres. Second in a purple went to Jace Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. Third in a purple went to Evan Greiner of the Dutch Creek Flyers. And fourth in a blue went to Ashton Thomas of the Dutch Creek Flyers. Going to top down, it's 4-1-3-2. Coming into the ring now, we have our grand champion drive for our commercial meat goats. coming into the ring, we have our champion overall meat goat drive. Out of our dairy goat wethers, we had first going to Addison Giro and second going to Addison Giro. Out of our crossbred wethers, we had first going to Ashley Statler and second going to Kenzie Miller. And then out of class 1 of our market meat goats, we had first going to Hunter Robertson and second going to Hunter Robertson. Out of class 2, we had first going to Allie Smothers and second going to Allie Smothers. Out of class 3, we had first going to Blake Sabaski and second going to Alex Conrad. Out of class 4, we had first going to Price Sabaski, second going to Gabby Robertson, and third going to William Longbine. Out of class 5, we had first going to Avery Shala, second going to Izzy Kalupa, and third going to Callie Brink. Out of class 6, we had first going to Callie Brink and second going to Cooper Snyder. Out of class 7, we had first going to Avery Shala and second going to Ashton Thomas. And out of class 8, we had first going to Paige Malichki and second going to Jace Kalupa. Let's give a big round of applause to all of our exhibitors today. As we round out our 2023 Washington County Fair Goat Show, before we head into Showmanship, just like to recognize a few people again. First, we'd like to give a huge thank you and special credit to Miss Vicki Fisher, who is our goat superintendent. She put in a lot of time before, during, and after the fair to make sure that this show runs smoothly. So Vicki is standing in the middle of the ring right now, so big thank you to her for making our goat show happen every year. Next, we would like to thank those that are helping out with our show today, either here at the ring or in the barn, either today at the show or even prep leading up to the show. So we have Sheila Temple, Sherry Temple, Elsa Schmidt, Jeff Foster, and Shayla Siles, who have all been helping us run this show today. So big thank you to all of our volunteers. We'd also like to give a big shout out to some of our sponsors. First, we'd like to recognize and thank Federation Bank. They sponsor and all of the 4-H t-shirts that all of our members are wearing in the ring right now. So big thank you to Federation Bank for providing our exhibitors with shirts to wear during the week. And also a big thank you to Woodhoff Farm Supply. They sponsor the gray 4-H polos that are worn by all of our senior 4-H members who graduated in May. So big thank you to them. I'd like to give a big thank you to 4-H Wood Products of Crawfordsville for providing all of the fresh shavings that we have in the show ring today. Being the show on Monday, we have the fortune to have the freshest shavings of the week. So big thank you to 4-H Wood Products of Crawfordsville. And then we'd like to give a big thank you to KCTC for their generous gift of live streaming all the shows. If you only caught part of the show or want to rewatch the show at the conclusion of today, you can go to the KCTC YouTube channel and watch all the previously recorded 2023 Washington County Fair Livestock shows. So again, a big thank you to KCTC for their generous gift of live streaming all the shows. Again, you can either go to their YouTube channel or you can find the link at the top of all of the show programs. And then lastly, and certainly not least, we would like to thank our judge, Mr. John Malone, for last minute filling in and coming to judge our 2023 Washington County Fair Goat Show. John is from Morning Sun, Iowa. Him and his family have been breeding and raising boar goats since 2008, but prior to that, him and his family, his siblings, and all of his kids, they have been involved in the show goat business for the last 58 years. So I'd say he knows a little bit of what he's doing, or at least he's been around for a while to see all the changes that have happened throughout the years. John loves working with kids, and he's always excited to come to the county fair and work with our kids. So a big thank you to John. If we all give John a round of applause for all the work that he's put in today, and thank you to everyone who's helped put the show together. For any of our champion and reserves or top 5 today, the Washington Journal is taking backdrop pictures. You can either catch the Journal rep right outside the ring, or meet her or him at the backdrop if you want to get your picture taken. We did have someone find a lavender rosette that got dropped at the back that fell while someone lost the backdrop. So you are a goat exhibitor who lost your lavender rosette. We do have it up here at the announcer's stand.
Okay, folks, I'm going to pick your top 5 goats. I'm just going to talk briefly, then I'm going to go pick them, and then we'll take a break, like Vicki said, Showmanship. But this championship drive is excellent. You look all the way down here to these little guys, all the way up, you know, and I mean, it's just great. There's some goats in here, some exhibitors they have in here. I'm just amazed at their age and their weight. It's just like, we got a purebred thing, we got a weather thing. When you get a weather who's born in March, weighs 69 pounds, guess what? Those people got it going on. And one thing I want you to do, I commend all you exhibitors. You guys done an excellent job. And we're in a day and age right now, there's so many things going on, but everything right here in the county fair, Washington, Iowa, other county fairs, I tell you what, things are good for y'all, and your mom and dad, what they do for y'all, and the stuff that you kids don't get to do because you're showing, feeding, and whatever. But you know what? It's this much your life, and this will carry on with you to the next generation or down the road. And always look back at the days you had when you were showing the 4-H and FFA, because our family, like Vicki said, we've been doing this 58 years in a row. 58 years. And I think vacation, one time we went to Branson for 3 days. You know what? I have no regrets. I love it. And I can tell the passion y'all have for it. I'm so glad that my family's here today watching this. And like I said, I got grandkids coming. But all I want to say is there's some excellent, excellent goats out here, excellent showmen, and you all, every one of you kids in the barn and out here are excellent young adults. And give yourself a round of applause. So I'm going to pick your champion goats here, your top 5, and always remember, as a judge, you don't make new friends, but I'm here for the youth, for you kids to understand what I'm trying to get across to you. What I think ain't just what I think, it's what is needed out there in the show ring and the meat industry. So I'm going to go out and pick your top 5 guys, or goats, and congratulations on such a great goat show so far.
Congratulations to our top 5 commercial meat goats. Our champion went to Avery Shalla out of Class 7. She received a trophy sponsored by Art and Sherry Sweeting Family, as well as a banner sponsored by Powell Funeral Home, and an invitation to the Southeast Iowa Showdown. Our reserve also went to Avery Shalla with her goat out of Class 5. She received a trophy sponsored by Carl and Jenny Unternauer, as well as a banner sponsored by Powell Funeral Home. Third overall went to Blake Saboski out of Class 3. He received a banner sponsored by Powell Funeral Home. Fourth overall went to Callie Brink with her goat out of Class 6. She received a banner sponsored by Powell Funeral Home. And fifth overall went to Izzy Kalupa out of Class 5 with her, and she received a banner sponsored by Powell Funeral Home. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors. So we'll give our exhibitors a second to get their goats back in their pens, and then we'll recognize our top 10 rate of gain. And then we will, again, exhibitors, if you receive top 10 rate of gain, we just need you as your person without your goats. And then after the recognition of the top 10 rate of gain, we will be taking a short 5 to 10 minute break so we can get prepared for senior showmanship. And our judge would like to invite all junior exhibitors to join him, just them without their goats, just them, in the ring while he does senior showmanship. Again, any junior exhibitor who is interested, the judge has invited you to join him in the ring as he goes through senior showmanship. Again, we'd like to invite all of the top kids who received the top 10 rate of gain to come to the ring for recognition. You do not need your goat, you just need yourself. You can find the list of the top 10 rate of gain in the program, as well as posted in the goat barn. So if you received top 10 rate of gain, please come to the ring. All right, we'd like to recognize our top 10 rate of gain. Our champion rate of gain goes to Jace Kalupa of the 76 Progressives with a gain of 0.66 pounds. Our second goes to Madison Widoff of the Mid-Prairie FFA. Third goes to Paige Malichki of Green Acres. Fourth goes to Izzy Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. Fifth is a tie, goes to Cooper Schneider of Riverside Ramblers and Paige Malichki of Green Acres. Sixth goes to Piper Malichki of Green Acres. Seventh goes to Avery Shallow of the Riverside Ramblers. Eighth goes to Ashton Thomas of the Dutch Creek Flyers. There's a three-way tie for ninth. Goes to William Longbine of the Franklin Cubs, Kennedy Long of the 76 Progressives, and Braxton Ropp of Green Acres. And then 10th goes to Brett McDowell of the Lime Creek Livewires. Results for our top 10 rated game can be found in your programs. And congratulations to all of our exhibitors. As a reminder, we will be taking a quick 5 to 10 minute break before we head into senior showmanship. And as a reminder, the judge has invited all the junior exhibitors without their goats to join him while he goes through senior showmanship. Again, we're going to take a short break, and then we will roll into senior showmanship. Immediately following the end of junior showmanship today, we will be having the Clover Kid Goat Show. Clover Kid participants have been mentored by goat showmen to learn more about the goat species. Please stick around and see the next generation getting involved in this department. Clover Kid participants in this class should get their show numbers from the extension office. And we will make an announcement for the Clover Kids to get with their mentors.
Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today.
Attention in the barn, this will be first call for senior showmanship. First call for senior showmanship. And again, all you junior exhibitors, the judge has invited you to join him in the ring as he goes through senior showmanship. So if you'd like to learn some more about senior goat showmanship, all junior exhibitors, please join our judge in the ring.
Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today.
All right, everyone. This will be second call for senior showmanship. Second call, senior showmanship. Any junior exhibitor who's interested in showmanship, please join our judge in the ring as we get started in on senior showmanship. Attention everyone, if you were recently in the pig barn and noticed that you have lost some of your cash, please come up to the announcer stand and identify it. Again, if you were recently in the pig barn and realized that you lost some cash, please come up to the announcer stand and identify it.
So while the judge is working through the showmanship class, showmanship is a learning process, or showing in general is a learning process. So it's always good to watch the older kids because they have a lot more experience. So the younger kids can come in and see how to set up the goat, how to move around the animal. All of that's really important. So I appreciate that John is taking the time to really work through. He'll ask questions. What do you know about your goat? how much does it weigh, what did it weigh in, how much did it gain, when was it born, and then start learning the parts of the goat. Because those are all questions that the judge could ask you, what am I feed? What do you feed it at home? And just don't answer with the, I feed it goat feed. Well, that's good. Sometimes it eats dog food, so know those questions. Know how to take care of your animal. The showmanship, the seniors, they've been doing this for years. They know how to work through it and set up their goat. So it's good that the younger ones can watch them. I want to thank everybody that has helped me get the show ready today. From weigh-in in May, I had people always volunteering to help me. The weigh-in on Sunday, we weighed in both the wethers and the does this year, so it was a lot of animals to go through the scale and write down everything, and Amy to make all the programs and get all the check-in numbers, and the people behind the scenes that do all the legwork there to make sure that everything is in order when they come in the show ring. I appreciate it so much that I have great help, and everybody's always so willing to help me every year to do this. I know it's a long show, but every kid deserves their time in the spotlight, whether they're showing one goat or have been working with like 6 the whole season. Each one to have that time in the show ring is important because it's a good learning experience for them. And I want to thank John Malone for stepping in and being my judge. I had another judge lined up, and about 3 days before the show, they had a death in the family, and he had to cancel on me. So I really appreciate John stepping up at the last minute, calling him and saying, hey, can you judge my show? And he loves coming to Washington, so I appreciate that he was more than willing to come and judge this show. Because otherwise it'd look pretty silly if I was judging. So I'm glad I had a judge today to do the show.
As a reminder to all exhibitors, some of the animals from today's show will be sold in the livestock auction on Friday. Anyone from the community is welcome to come and buy. The auction starts at 8:30 a.m. And exhibitors, if you are planning on selling your animal in the livestock auction on Friday, please have your purple forms turned into the extension office by noon on Tuesday. If you were recently in the pig barn and realized that you have lost some cash, we had someone turn in some money up here at the announcer's stand. So again, if you have been in the pig barns recently and realized that you have lost some cash, we had some turned in up here at the announcer's stand.
All right, so we're ready to pick our champion senior showmanship. And believe me, these young folks here, I told them, I said there's no wrong or silly question or answer or nothing. Because we got to teach these exhibitors, these kids of ours, to be honest, open up, talk, say what's on your mind. You know, because that's the biggest thing about our children now, or any day. We got to express your opinion. You know, don't be afraid to say anything. You know, so the main consensus with all of them, I asked them, and we started down at the end, but this young man worked her way up. We got to one, all of them at the same time said, yes. Yes. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to let, who wants to pick this? I mean, I did have some input on this, y'all, you know, so this young lady is going to go out and shake the hand with the senior showman, and this is what I'm all about, is our youth, our kids, or whatever, you know, this is what it's all about. So, what's your name? Piper, you go pick the champion. Oh.
Congratulations to all of our senior exhibitors. Our champion senior showman went to Blake Sabaski. He received a plaque sponsored by the Iowa Meat Goat Association, as well as a belt buckle sponsored by Dave and Gina Giro. And our reserve senior showman goes to Hallie Hirschberger, and she received a banner sponsored by Art and Sherry Sweeting. Coming into our ring now will be our intermediate goat showman. If you are a Clover kid, mentee, or mentor, now's the time to find your partners and your goats and start working on them. We will have Clover Kid Showmanship the Clover Kid Show at the conclusion of the junior show. For those interested, the program for Clover Kids is included in the show programs, and we do have a couple more copies up here at the announcer's stand if you need one. Attention to all exhibitors. If you received a champion or reserve today, Vicky will be hanging up the banners in the barn, so you do not need to go to the extension office to pick those up. Again, if you received a champion or reserve today, Vicky will go to the extension office and pick up the signs and then put them up in the barn so that you do not have to. If you are a Clover Kid parent and still need a program, Sherry's going to walk around with the goat show programs. Again, if you are a Clover Kid parent and still need a program, Sherry in the green shirts and her daughter Cece are walking around the show ring with the programs.
Okay, I had this narrowed down to 3 exhibitors, and the reason I had my, there's one exhibitor, my top, she didn't come out and turn around, but what they did, a lot of them did right, but you know, when you bring your animal out this way, and the judge is there where Vicky's at, you come out, you're leaning here, switch sides, so I can see the animal, and don't crawl over your goat, don't step over it. You know, always go in front. Don't ever go behind, always going in front of it. So, our champion intermediate is this young lady right here. She did everything spot on. And the reserve is this young lady here. So what you did, no, you did fine. You brought her back, you're on this side. Always be on the other side.
Congratulations to all of our intermediate showmen. Our champion intermediate goat showman went to Miley Hirschberger. She received a plaque sponsored by the Washington County Fair and a belt buckle sponsored by the Black Diamond Boar Goats. And our reserve intermediate showman went to Paige Malichki. She received a banner sponsored by Art and Sherry Sweeting. Coming into the ring now, we will have our champion, our junior goat showmanship class. And at the conclusion of our junior goat showman, we will go right into our Clover Kids show.
So all of these juniors were in here watching the seniors showing earlier, so we'll see how much they were paying attention and listening to what tips the judge had given them. I know it's hard because by the end of the day, these goats are tired. They've been washed and worked and stuff all day here, and the goats are starting to misbehave. And I know it's hard to, maintain the goat, keep showing, and keep a smile on your face, but everybody's doing a great job. So let's give these juniors a round of applause while they're working through them here, and the judge is trying to figure out, because they're working their butts off here, and it takes a lot to, especially some of these goats, they're heavier than the kids. So if somebody's acting up, it's tough.
All right, one last time. If you would like to re-watch the 2023 Washington County Fair Goat Show or any of the livestock shows that go on this week, you can head on over to the KCTC YouTube channel. KCTC has generously decided to live stream all of the livestock shows this week. You can either find the link to those shows at the top of any of the show programs this week, or you can just go to YouTube and type in KCTC, Washington County Fair. We appreciate their generous support, and again, just give them a big thank you for live streaming our shows and giving those who aren't here at the fair a chance to watch our kids. So thank you to them. Attention exhibitors, the Washington Journal is taking backdrop pictures. So if you still need your backdrop picture taken, our lovely Journal representative is standing to my left. She's waving her hand right now in a turquoise shirt. So go find her and she will get your backdrop picture taken for you. Thank you. Many hands make light work to pack up and put away the fair. Fair cleanup begins at 8:30 a.m. on Saturday morning. If you, all help is greatly appreciated. If you're interested in volunteering to helping up clean up post-fair, please sign up at the Extension office.
Okay, what the drill was is when you come out with your animal, And like, if you come out with your animal, you're on the left side. Let's say Vicky's a judge. Folks, always remember, when you come out with your animal, turn and get on the show side to look at, so the judge can see all your animals. We made some mistakes doing that, but a couple of you corrected it there, and I'm going to give you credit for that because you were thinking. But there's one person out here, he thought, from the time he came in the ring, didn't make no mistakes in regards to that. And I wish I could give 3 top showmen or 4, but I can only do 2 top showmen. So I'm going to pick your champion showman. And one thing we got to, the showing is when we use the halters, we always lead from the left side. When we're coming out, we switch to the other side. So I don't know, we got to learn to get out here with our animal, which is going to be difficult. You know, we use haulers at home, but with the chain, it makes no difference. So always remember that at home for next year. When you switch your animal's side, animals here, chains out here, and learn to walk them, because that's different. The goat's used to you being on its left side, okay? Okay, so I'm going to go pick your champion showman, then I'll pick your reserve. And I want to thank you very much for having me today. I've had a ball. Let me judge your children today, evaluate them, whatever. I have had nothing but a great time today. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to all of our junior exhibitors. Our champion junior goat showman was Bria Ropp. She received a plaque sponsored by Kennedy Insurance Agency, as well as a belt buckle sponsored by the Van Rokel family. Our reserve junior goat showman goes to Gracie Hirschberger. She received a banner sponsored by Art and Sherry Sweeting. Congratulations to all of our goat exhibitors this year at the 2023 Washington County Fair. Now we will be starting our Clover Kid Goat Show. right. Last but certainly not least, we have our Clover Kid Goat Show. The program for the Clover Kid Goat Show is included in the program that we have been using all day. We do have, just kidding, we don't have extra, never mind. The Clover Kid Goat Mentoring class is intended to connect Clover kids to our experienced 4-H goat showmen. They have met several times at the 4-H's farm, learning about feeding, grooming, and facilities. Today, Clover kids will get experience showing a goat while being escorted by the 4-H owner. We appreciate the time these kids have put in ahead of time in learning about the species and know that they've created some fun memories together. Please give them all a round of applause, and we look forward to the future of the goat department. All right, so just to recognize our Clover kids, first in the ring we have Isaiah Conrad and his mentor Eli Conrad. Next we have Ledger Millage and her mentor Izzy Kalupa, as well as Alexander Gross, who is also mentored by Izzy Kalupa. Next we have Celine Udelmo, who is mentored by Addison Giro. Next, we have Colton Carr, who is mentored by Austin Black. Then we have Mr. Riker Myers, who's mentored by Hunter Robertson. And then we have Miss Avery Rabbit, who is mentored by Paige Malichki.
yeah. Let's yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, well, Ed, we just went through and asked exhibitors what was the one thing you had trouble with and what you do to overcome it and what was fun about it. They all knew how to answer that. They really done a great job with that. And this little gal here in the dark hair, she was really spot on with her answers, along with this little guy done a great job, and this little guy here. And really all of you did. So enjoy your popsicle, and you have fun, and maybe I'll see you next year.
All of our Clover Kid participants will be receiving a rainbow-colored Clover Kid participation ribbon, as well as a bomb pop. So thank you to and congrats to all of our Clover Kid exhibitors and their mentors. Give one last thank you to our judge, John Malone, for coming down to Washington County and filling in for us. And that is a wrap on the 2023 Washington County Fair. Thank you to our Superintendent Vicki Fisher, all of our volunteers who have helped her prepare for this day, as well as helped her throughout today. And a big thank you and congratulations to all of our GOAT exhibitors. Today would not be possible without you. So everyone, good luck the rest of the week. Stay cool and have a wonderful Washington County Fair.
Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today.